And thank you for joining us. Are we on air?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. We are going to start this afternoon with the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Bill White. Please rise.
Let me get my coat here on. We all bow our heads, please. Dear Fathers, we approach the Thanksgiving season. We pause to give thanks to the many blessings we've had both individually and collectively as residents and as a city, and guide us between now and the rest of the year to be wise in our decisions. We thank you for all the things that have been part of our lives. Pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence for our servicemen and women who have fought and died for our freedom, and for all those who continue to serve around the world, protecting our way of life. And please take particular note on this coming Tuesday as we celebrate their day on Veterans Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now call this meeting to order. This is a City of Hardeeville regular city council meeting and public hearing, 205 Main Street, Hardeeville, South Carolina, November 6, 2025 at 4 p.m. May I have a motion to approve or make any adjustments to today's agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve today's agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have executive session, discussion of employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release of an employee, a student, or a person regulated by a public body in accordance with South Carolina Code of Law 30-4-70A1. We will be discussing the city attorney annual performance review and the city manager annual performance review. We will return promptly at 5 p.m. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
Motion to go to executive session.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, we will return at 5 p.m. We are back. We did start the meeting at 4 o'clock. We had the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. At that time, we had a vote to go into executive session, and we have approved the agenda. So at this time, our first order of business is a motion to come back from executive session into regular session. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to come back into regular session.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. We have no one signed up for public comments, so we're going into public presentations, and we are going to start with great news from Bluffton Self-Help by Miss Courtney Hampson. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Please, for the public record, would you please state your name and affiliation?
Yes, my name is Courtney Hampson. I'm the CEO of Bluffton Self-Help. Thank you for allowing me to share with you this evening. As many of you know, in 2021, after 34 years of serving Bluffton exclusively, Self-Help began serving our neighbors in Hardeeville. We began by borrowing a little space in the library, offering a computer lab and a English as a second language class for just 6 adult learners. In 2022, I'm from New Jersey. I can be loud if the mics don't work. In 2022, we moved our classes into the new rec center, which allowed us to offer classes 4 days a week, so we were steadily growing. And since then, we have served more than 270 adult students in Hardeeville. As each one has become bilingual, we have been able to increase their earning potential, strengthen the workforce, and this community. Nearly 59% of the households in Jasper County are economically at risk, not earning a livable wage, which is $65,000 for a family of 3. They are just one mishap away from a financial crisis. They are living paycheck to paycheck, and they are still barely getting by. They are food insecure. Many of them are single parents, and 18% of them are living below the poverty line, which is just $25,000 a year. We know that education and literacy are significant factors when it comes to income and serves as a predictor for poverty. 22% of our neighbors have low literacy, meaning they read below an 8th grade level, which affects their ability to earn a livable wage. We would like to change that. In fact, we have spent the last few years determining how we can step in, step up, and better serve and support this community. So I am happy to announce that Self-Help is expanding our programs by establishing a dedicated space here in Hardeeville to meet the needs of this fast-growing community where least resources are limited. We are making an initial $1 million investment to upfit a building that will allow us to reach our neighbors and deepen our impact. Our new 5,000 square foot building on Speedway Boulevard, just off exit 5, will allow us to expand our reach to hundreds of additional households. We will be able to expand our education programming beyond English as a second language. We will offer GED classes to strengthen the literacy of our workforce, financial literacy classes to help families work through their budget, credit, debt, and savings, digital literacy to upskill these neighbors, resume writing, and interview workshops, and more. We will have a full-time client advocate on site to provide one-on-one case management. We will have a dedicated space to serve as a hub for our partner organizations to join us in meeting these residents where they are in one space without a transportation barrier. And ultimately, we will deploy our mobile market, which will bring free, fresh groceries to these neighbors. We know that when we layer services for a family, they are more likely to succeed, and now we are going to be able to do just that right here. Beyond our initial investment, we will be investing more than $300,000 a year in the city of Hardeeville. But it's not just about space for us. It is about visibility. It is about connection. It is about gaining the respect of our neighbors so that they allow us into their families to help them more. We will create a welcoming presence. We will reduce barriers and meet these neighbors where they are. We will build local partnerships to multiply our reach. We will share their stories so that everybody understands the life-changing impact we can make when we work together. I have the keys in hand. Our architect has completed a floor plan and the mechanical drawings. I am working through the builder estimates now. We are hopeful that we can have permits and begin construction after the start of the new year with a completion in May. Please knock wood wherever that might be. But ultimately, our work does not happen without partnerships. So really, I am here to thank you for letting us tiptoe into Hardeeville 4 years ago. You welcomed us, you worked with us, and together I know that we can ensure that our neighbors have a trusted place that they can turn to in times of need. So thank you.
Thank
Josh
you.
told me 5 minutes, so if you have questions.
Courtney, where exactly is it?
So
I
it's
know
just south of exit 5 under the Mike Costello billboard is how I know when to turn left. It's right next to US Foods. So there are 11 new commercial buildings going up there, and we have building 2. So the exterior structures are complete, so now we will go in and do the interior upfit to create the classrooms and a computer lab and office spaces.
Council, any questions for Courtney?
Welcome and thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Courtney. This is exciting news.
Impressive.
Next, we have World Pancreatic Cancer Day proclamation. We've been doing this proclamation for, I think, since 2020. So I'm not going to read the whole thing again. I'm just going to go down to the bottom. There's a lot of percentages in all the whereases that we have. So for the sake of time, because we have a busy agenda, but I'll read the final. Whereas the good health and well-being of the residents of Hardeeville are enhanced as a direct result of increased awareness about the symptoms and risk of pancreatic cancer and research into early detection. Causes, would you do this, please?
Where do you want me to start?
Go on.
Okay. Whereas there were an estimated 510,992 new pancreatic cancer cases diagnosed worldwide in 2022.
So you can go down.
Okay. Whereas the good health and well-being of the residents of Hardeeville are enhanced as a direct result of increased awareness about the symptoms and risks of pancreatic cancer and research into early detection, causes, and effective treatments, therefore be it resolved that Mr. Harry Williams, Mayor of the City of Hardeeville, proclaims November 20th as World Pancreatic Cancer Day in the City of Hardeeville.
Council, could I have a motion to endorse this proclamation?
Love to make a motion to endorse the proclamation.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. And I would like to get control of myself. Do this in memory of my brother who died on August 31st, 2020 of pancreatic cancer. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Sorry for the emotion.
It shows you're human.
Yep.
See, I should never show I'm human. Okay, enough of that. Next, we have the presentation and approval of minutes from the October 10th, 2025 special city council meeting and the October 16th, 2025 regular city council meeting. May I have a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to the minutes for those two meetings?
Make a motion to approve the October 10th and the October 16th minutes.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, the minutes are approved. Then we go into old business. And this is a rather lengthy reading, so for full details of this item this is agenda or ordinance number 2025-10-16C, please refer to the public published agenda, and it's also available online. So we have now a public hearing about this, which is the assessment role of the Hilton Head Lakes District. And Mr. Gruber, could you just give us a brief summary of this?
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. So this is second reading of an ordinance that authorizes the borrowing of not to exceed $47,100,000 to be used towards infrastructure improvements within the Hilton Head Lakes West development. The bond proceeds would be repaid from special assessments that are placed on properties within that community as identified as Assessment A. And so this has previously been to council before. It's been discussed at workshop. There has been no changes or modifications from when this appeared before you at first reading.
Okay. At this point, I would like to offer the public to come forward at this time to give any comments or ask any questions regarding the second reading of this ordinance. Okay, seeing none, I'll now ask the council if you have any comments or questions, and start with Mr. Mearsman.
We have covered most everything in this ordinance. I'm very happy that this council has taken a stand on the way the notification will be to the future homeowners within this development as far as the schedule of what this special assessment is. I think it's a unique thing that we've done, and I hope that we will use it again if necessary. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Mearsman. Mrs. Guzman.
I have no questions, so.
Mr. White.
I think Steve's points were well taken, and I think we did a good job getting the facts together on that. And Steve, I agree with what you said.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll.
I agree. We discussed this in workshop and whatever, so I don't have any further questions.
I don't either, but for the public's edification, this has been something we have had workshops, the first reading. We've discussed this at great length, and the council has studied this, and that's why we've exhausted all the questions that we've had prior to this reading. So having said that, I'd like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to, this is the second reading of ordinance 2025-10-16C.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-10-16C.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that ordinance has passed. We now go on to new business. This is first reading to amend the City of Hardeeville Business License Ordinance by updating Appendix B of the class schedule as required by Act 176 of 2020. This is Ordinance 2025-11-06A. Mr. Gruber, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try not to steal some of Ms. Jordan's thunder, but summarize this item just by saying it is primarily a housekeeping matter. We, as a jurisdiction, are required by state law to update our business license tax tables. And so this is a required action that we have to do periodically. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jordan to tell you more about it.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name's Jordan. I work in the Finance Department. Just giving a brief presentation of the business license classification changes for 2026. So the Municipal Association requires municipalities to adopt the new classification schedule according to South Carolina Act 176. As required, the class schedule updates use the latest statistical data from the IRS, which they received approval from the South Carolina Revenue and Fiscal Affairs Office. These updates must be adopted by the end of the year to address licensing renewals, as well as new businesses that will begin in February of 2026. On this slide here, you'll see the industries that are affected by the change. Currently, we have 1,600 active business licenses in the city of Hardeeville. Out of those, this will roughly affect 340 businesses. As you can see here, the potential total net loss is $2,150 with those changes. Here is our business license classification and rate schedule. This schedule doesn't change. This just shows current businesses and new businesses what their new classification will be starting January 1. And that is all I've got for you guys. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Jordan, could you go back to slide number 3, I think?
Yes, sir.
No, 4, excuse me. Now, you mentioned that there was a net loss of income.
Yes, sir.
What slide was that? That's what I was looking for. It was 3. Okay.
Yes. So it affects those roughly 340 businesses that we currently have. By changing those classifications that they currently are in, it puts them in a new class rate. So the net loss accounts for those changes that will be made.
Let's start with Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, do you have any questions?
That's still a little confusing why there's, Mr. Groove, why is the net loss?
So if you see on that, you've got 6 business classifications. 2 of them are going up. So mining and transportation and warehousing will ultimately pay more because they're going from a class 1 to a class 3 or a class 2. The other 4 are all going down. So from a class 7 to 6, from 5 to 4, from 4 to 3. And so our rate schedule is based on those classes. So some will go up, some will go down.
And
the
the net
net
loss-
effect of that is about $2,000 less, assuming that their gross profits were the same as last year.
All right, got it. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. White?
That was my question. Thank you for the information.
Mrs. Guzman?
I have no questions, sir.
Mr. Mearsman?
Same question asked and answered.
So let's go back to that question. And what is the rationale for some going up and some going down?
Based on what was it?
It's ultimately
The data from the IRS.
Yep. So
Yes.
the Internal Revenue Service collects information from businesses primarily on their profitability. The more profitable a business, the higher classification that it goes into. And so when they get their data back on the profitability of those businesses, they may move one from one class to another based upon the data that they're seeing regarding that profitability. So basically the thought being, if you make more money, you pay more money.
So this is not our decision, this is really
Yes, sir.
IRS
It's the
information?
Municipal Association. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to offer the public the opportunity to ask any questions or make any comments regarding this ordinance change. Seeing none, I'd like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to the first reading of ordinance 2025-11-06A.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve on first reading ordinance 2025-11-06A.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second,
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, second reading will be 2 weeks from today. Now, first reading of an ordinance to annex into the city of Hardyville, parcel 039-00-08-149 located on Honeysucker Road, consisting of approximately 45 acres from unincorporated Jasper County, not already within the Hardyville city limits, as well as all adjacent public rights-of-way, railroad rights-of-way, waters, lowlands, and wetlands. This is the Pleasant Brook development, and this has two ordinances that we will be, or three, excuse me, that we will be discussing. So I would encourage the public and council, even though we're going to have votes on all three separately and public hearings on all three, that you're welcome to ask questions of any of the three items during the first segment. So having said that, Mr. Gruber, you passing off to Ms. Woodruff?
I will here in just a second. So I always like to just kind of summarize for the public's benefit what we're doing. So the mayor mentioned that there are three items that are on the agenda. The first item is whether or not the city will annex property that is currently in unincorporated Jasper County into the city limits. So that's item B. The second item then, item C, is the rezoning of that property. So if it is brought into the city has to establish the zoning that will be applied to that property. And then the last one is an initial master plan, and that's where it really sets forth how the property would be used if it's brought into the city and it's given the PDD zoning classification that it's asked for. So having teed it up like that, I'll turn it over to Katie and let her take it from there.
Thank you. So this one's been an interesting ride. It came to you for a workshop before they came to Planning Commission because of the annexation request. From there, they also spoke to the community before Planning Commission. At the first Planning Commission meeting, I'll get into the details in a minute, but the item was actually tabled and due to some concerns that staff and the Planning Commission had. However, we later found out that there was a member of the audience who got up and spoke after the motion was made that they were speaking on behalf of the residents of Honeysucker Road and that the residents were happy with the product and wanted it. So it came back to Planning Commission with some improvements, which I'll go through. And then some of the details that I would normally go over are actually in the applicant's presentation. So for sake of not having redundancy tonight, I'm going to turn it over to them after a couple slides here. So the property is located off of Freedom Parkway here. Sorry, I'm a little off there. And Honeysucker Road runs between these parcels. Honeysucker's actually not a right-of-way, it's actually a parcel, which is what makes this parcel contiguous here. So if I go into, so the front parcel here is actually already in the city limits. The equestrian parcel back here, which is proposed to remain equestrian, is currently in unincorporated Jasper County. The proposed concept plan is shown here. Again, the equestrian center stays existing. And then there are two structures shown here, which the applicant will get into more detail on how those function. But they are designed for neighborhood, commercial, maybe small like HVAC companies, small businesses like that, potential like gym, but services for the community that are needed in this area. So the proposed plan development, that front parcel is 8 acres. It's currently zoned Hardyville Savannah Tract PDD. It was brought in 2011, and there was never a DA executed for that plan development district. This parcel is considered an orphan parcel because it, again, is kind of out here on its own. It's not connected. It's disconnected by other parcels from the city limits. Come on, clicker. There we go. So the applicant is adding the additional 45 acres because our MZDO requires a minimum of 10 acres for an initial master plan. So again, the staff and planning commission initially had concerns with the compatibility with the existing rural residential community. And so based on that, the applicant, after the September planning commission meeting, changed the allowed land uses to update to reflect a more neighborhood-friendly concept and service concept. They also put some architectural design and scale of the proposed buildings to keep them in with compatibility to that neighborhood. A maximum building height of 35 feet is proposed. And there's a low country vernacular architectural design, which the applicant will show you in their presentation. And then we requested an updated BJWSA letter for intent to serve. And at this time, I'm going to invite Jordan up here, and if he could introduce himself, and we will. This is just acts like a computer. So. And then the laser is, you have to hold down the top button and you have to point it at that one.
Sounds good. Hello, I'm Jordan Holloway on behalf of Pritchard Farm LLC. Thank you to staff for walking us through a brief introduction and helping us throughout this whole process. So you can kind of see the overview here that she went over previously. So this is a little bit more in-depth as far as the summary goes. We'd like to have multi-uses, and you can see here in the bottom left insert is 2 proposed buildings with 5 or 6 tenant spaces per building. Those can be configured as the potential future tenants come online. So they're not set in stone. We could accommodate someone if they want to have a gym versus an HVAC company. We have the flexibility to do so to provide those community services for the residents in that area. And like staff said, the only reason we're annexing this property, that's the equestrian facility, is so we meet that acreage requirement for the initial master plan. This is a brief timeline recap. We had our community meeting back in April of 2025 and our 2 planning commission dates, and then that brings us to here tonight. Here's a short list of allowed uses. I'm sure in your packet you saw the whole long document that has every single use possible that we are proposing. Be happy to answer any more questions about that once I'm done getting through here. To go over briefly just kind of the ins and outs of this, Honeysucker Road as it is configured right now kind of goes through the parcel in this direction. We would shift that further to the east off to this side. We also are proposing a deceleration right turn lane in on Freedom Parkway to get into the site as was indicated by the traffic study. These are the conceptual architectural renderings. Go through a couple of different views. This is if you were looking directly down Honeysucker Road from Freedom Parkway. So out in front, we do have a stormwater feature with landscaping and buffering. This is directly in front of the project, looking at it on Freedom Parkway. This is a little bit further down, looking on that backside. And this is if you were heading west on Freedom Parkway, coming up to Honeysucker Road. Some of the site components, the stormwater system will be designed per federal, state, and city of Hardeeville standards. Wetland delineation has been done, cultural resource survey has been done, as well as TIA with updated utilities service intent to serve letters. All utilities to be installed underground, except above ground where required. Tree preservation, buffers, landscaping will meet all city MZDO standards, and open space exceeds the minimum amount required as well. Be happy to answer any questions. I can go back to any slide you want to see more of.
Okay. At this time, if you're finished, let's give the public the opportunity to come forward and ask any questions or make any comments regarding this. There was a statement made that the community was in favor of this. So if there's anyone from the community who would like to speak to that, I'm sure the council would love to hear from you. Please come forward, state your name and address for the public record.
sir. Thomas Roberts. I live on Honeysuckle Road, and as I told Mr. Holloway here, I hope that the county, city does not take my land in. I want to remain in the county. I've talked to this man. I mean, we get along good, but we don't, my wife and I do not want it, and my son doesn't either. We own 10 acres there.
And
Son owns-
where are you in, so the council knows, could you show us where your 10 acres are?
So his property is right about
Yeah, we're one of the original residents in there.
But that's not what.
So is that, am I looking at this wrong? Is that part of the annexation? No.
We just don't want to be in the city.
Later on.
That's all. We're in the county, and I've told him I don't want y'all to take me in the city. I mean, that's,
Voluntary.
got nothing against the city, but I don't want to be in the city.
Yep.
We've got our own water. We don't have city access, so.
You know, this came up at the workshop the other day, and because there's a lot of people here, I'm going to say it again. The city cannot annex anything except by application of the landowners. So you have to apply to come in the city, and then we have to decide whether we want you in the city.
I ain't gonna
So,
apply.
You're good.
please,
Yes, sir, I ain't gonna apply.
we cannot take over your land
No.
unless you sell it to
I've
us.
told him I do not want him from the time I met him, leave me out of the city. Now, he'll tell you, I've been jumping up and down about it, because we've been there. My wife and I bought from John Rhodes back in, June of 1991. We're the original residents. It was an easement in, and they purchased it, which I don't know when, but they purchased it recently. But we still got access, and that could never change, but he's gonna change the road one day, as he said. And we knew that from John Rhodes back in 91. It has never been changed. And all it's gonna do is change the end of my driveway and curve over and go down my son's land that we gave him. Because his 2 acres joins our 10 acres.
We can't take you over. You've given us, I feel so
I
rejected
don't mean
by
to be
you.
rude, sir, but there are people in here that feel the same as I do. I don't want to be in the city. The county's fine.
Okay,
But not in the city.
all right,
I don't want to be a city slicker.
okay. All right. It
So-
broke my heart, but
He's
it's
good,
your
man.
choice.
We won't be looking for that Christmas card.
Anyone else from the public before I turn it over for council questioning? Okay, Mr. Carroll, you want to start off with any questions that you might have?
Mr. Mayor, I don't at this time think I have any, because we've had this in the workshop just the other day. And I don't think I have any right this minute.
Okay, it's not required. Mr. White?
We did ask a lot, but
I think we covered it in the workshop. I don't have any additional questions.
Mrs. Guzman?
I just have one question about the drain field, the septic system. I see that there is a pond at the other end there. Where does that pond, where is it going to drain?
So that pond, I believe, discharges. Evan, do you want to help me out on this one? The one question I didn't have an answer to, and you had to ask it. That's fine.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Evan Dixon, and I work for Thomas and Hutton. I'll be glad to answer your questions on drainage and sewer.
Okay.
So to answer your question regarding the sanitary drain field, there's requirements by DES that it has to be a minimum distance from any body of water feature. And so as you can see on the plans, we've made sure that the pond is a distance that's adequate from the drain field.
Okay. So in the event that there is a flood, you know, ever since I got on council, I've been learning about stuff that I didn't plan on learning. So anyway, I don't know if about a couple months ago there was a weather event and there was a flooding on Tybee Island, and they showed, I think it was like a difference of a week between the storms, that they showed one of their septic systems just flooded and just overflowing. The water was going everywhere. It was a mess. You also have businesses that you're going to put there, and you know, depending on what kind of business that's going to be coming there, there's going to be all kinds of chemical washed off, going into the septic system, and all of that fun stuff. So do your engineers have any plans on how they are going to handle all of that so the groundwater is not contaminated and stuff doesn't go into that pond and then get discharged out?
Sure. So during the development phase, if we do proceed from tonight, we would submit to planning and zoning staff for review, and we would provide necessary information such as level 3 soil survey, which would show that the infiltration for the septic drain field is adequate enough to not have leaches go outside of that area.
And all the chemicals that's going to run off from those, assuming there is an HVAC company and all of that stuff. I mean, they use chemicals to do their business, and all of that stuff is going to...
So as part of the business permit for those businesses, they would need to note that if there are any sort of discharges that would be flagged by water quality for DES, that they would have to provide some sort of measure to prevent spills.
Okay.
And also through the permitting process for septic with DES, they take all those considerations into account too, because it's going to be an engineered septic system. So a little
Okay.
bit different than a typical
that's-
residential
yeah.
one. So it's up to a higher standard to handle such a capacity and businesses compared to just a traditional residential home.
Awesome, okay. One more question I've got. At some point, if sewer connectivity becomes available with Beaufort Jasper, do you guys intend on hooking up?
Yes, we absolutely would.
Okay. Is that something that
Probably not for a while.
It's probably not something that we can build in as part of the annexation,
Okay.
but they're certainly on record as having committed to doing that should it become available.
okay, all right, that's it, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mearsman?
Just a couple of quick questions. First, thank you for calling it DES. Everybody else still calls it DHEC. The road, Honeysucker Road, is that part of the owned property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have signed easement agreements with the gentleman back there and the other property owners?
That all stays in place. Their access is not impacted. And the proposed improvements as far as paving only goes to our property line. So if you look at not the bigger blow up, but kind of where the darker color
Yep.
stops, it goes back to gravel road. A lot of the residents actually don't want it to be paved. So we're leaving it that
that's
way
the
and just
question that I was asking.
improving the front part.
Be good neighbors, and I think you're doing the thing for that. I think the gentleman, he gave the thumbs up to that. He likes it. No city, no pave. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, that answers my questions then. Thank you.
Welcome.
The first question that always comes up when we're talking about Levy, has the Jasper County and the public that is affected by this, have they all been properly notified? Yes. So everybody's had a chance to be aware of this and come in for this public hearing, right? Okay. To answer my Honeysucker Dirt Road question that I had, did I read right that these buildings are 35 feet high? Maximum. But then in the slides, it's only single story. Is that just a big, tall inside, or
Yes.
what's it going to be?
Sure. So in terms of stories, in terms of what the definitions are in the MZDO, that's why we capped it to the 35 feet. Planning Commission asked us, and we reduced that from a typical 50-foot height down to 35 because we don't need it. We also want it to blend in with the surrounding area and not being a big commercial obtrusive building. So the buildings that you see here are closer to like a story and a half, and those are under 35 feet.
That's why I asked the question. This whole area has mostly single-story homes, and then if you put it a 3.5-story, 35-foot building, it kind of, we've been through that with the industrial buildings that we've put down there. So we don't
That
want
is
to.
not our intent with this at all.
That's why I'm asking the question. There were some slides that showed what's across the street on Freedom Parkway. And I brought this up long ago when this first came forward. One of my concerns is the fact that directly across the street on Freedom Parkway, that's where the Family Promise House is, right? And there's other residents there. And that's when, at that time, when I went down there and looked, did some little drive around, we were talking about commercial. Now it's a different use than it was way back when. My concern is, and even though I see the turning lanes, my concern is these usage has more truck traffic. And here I have homes across the street with little kids, and I start getting a little nervous about that. The people who live across the street there, have we heard from them?
We have the documentation where they were notified and everything, all of those surrounding property owners. And we did not get any comments back, any negative on that side of the road. Mainly, we took out uses that had more truck traffic is what we took out.
Right.
When we limited it, so.
So is Honeysucker going to be a full access, both left and right turns?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable with it because this is a 2-lane road. There's homes, kids right across the street, and I said it back then. I'm going to say it again. That really makes me nervous. Now to have, I mean, commercial will probably have a lot more frequency. So we'll have less frequency, but bigger vehicles, and I'm, I struggle with it. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. I'm just struggling with it. So I'll leave it up to council if we want to discuss this further, but it really causes me great anxiety. I'm going to go back to one other, and this is more a comment that I've had several times recently. I'm going to say it again. I think Levy as a total is a mishmash of planning. It's whatever somebody wants at the time. So we got sand pits, we've got commercial, we've got the residential, we put up, and my fault, we put up big commercial, industrial buildings. And I get very uncomfortable when we keep approving things because that's what somebody wants, and it's not part of an overall master plan of the entire Levy community. And again, I don't know, the community doesn't seem to be objecting to it, but it's another reason why I get uncomfortable with just doing things piecemeal like this without an overall master plan for the Levy community. Again, I don't know, it's just what I'm uncomfortable with. I think, and Jasper County needs to take, and the Levy community, I said this the other day, Levy's got to decide what they want to be when they grow up. And I don't think that decision's been made publicly. And so that's the one negative I have about adding to that planning of this community. So, anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay.
So, we've heard from the public, we've heard from council. So, at this time, please come forward. State your name and address for the public record.
Hi, I'm Courtney Flexen, 2712 Levy Road. So I don't live real close to the property. And I agree with you 100% about Levy has been alarmed with all of these commercial things and are actively trying to combat it and work with the county to have, the county has recognized it as a hamlet, but and said they were going to do a plan, but they haven't gotten around to it yet. But my question is, looking at the map, and you've got the connector to the 35 acres in the back, which is now a equestrian center, and I'm very familiar with that one. The problem is, as you know, if that is also zoned commercially, what could happen there? And with 35 acres, you could have something huge with a lot of truck traffic and things that are really undesirable for the surrounding neighbors. So that is just my one comment, because I foresee that could be, if this gets approved, how long is the stable going to be there once you, as you know, once you've approved it, once the commercial zoning is there, it's very hard to undo. So thank you.
Good question. Staff, could you or somebody please answer that?
So
Who would like to take that one?
yeah, I'll give an initial shot, but please, if I miss anything or it needs more detail, please follow up. This property is being brought in under a proposed planned development district zoning, so it's not just straight general commercial zoning. And what the planned development district does, it essentially allows us to write the zoning code for this property. And so what has been written, it's been written to reflect exactly what you've been shown. So they wouldn't be able to just then transfer the property to somebody else and develop it for any commercial purposes. Only that front portion would be allowed to develop for commercial purposes. Yes, ma'am.
So, please, you want to clarify
Yeah,
that?
and maybe to speak a little bit more to that, in the master plan, we're not proposing any changes to the equestrian facility. If we were to propose that in the future, it would have to come back through the whole approval process. So just to add some level of comfort and a little bit of clarification there.
Okay, that answers that.
So any change to that back 45 acres, which is what we're annexing, cannot be, even though PDD has the inclusive zoning, but I'm a little confused. The PDD gives the zoning within that entire 55 acres. So
Try to
is the zoning split?
Yes, the master plan that the PDD puts the PDD zoning on what's allowed in equestrian and portion, and all those other uses are just in that front portion. When they come in with that master plan, actually the third item on your agenda, that's where it says that is master planned only for an equestrian center, and that's what it can be, unless they come back through another master plan amendment or change that. So yes, sir, it is two different zonings on that. I mean, it's all under the PDD, but two different classifications.
Council, you're all happy with those explanations?
I do have one.
Change requires another review, basically.
I do have one, I guess, request before we even vote on this. I think that, in all due respect, the property owners that are across Freedom Parkway from this development should receive another notification. We would give them the opportunity to speak up at that time. If they don't take it, we've given them every opportunity. We followed our plan that we always use. I know it's an exception because it's already been notified once, but twice, well, then we will do it the third time. I think that's just good government to make every attempt.
Doesn't hurt, there'll be a second reading.
That's right.
It's a second reading, another, assuming it passes, and invite them to come and speak at the second reading. Okay. This time, we are all set for, and again, this is the first of three actions. There will be other opportunities, 2 more opportunities for anyone from the public and/or council to weigh in. But this first one is the annexation of the 45 acres and annexing to the other 10. So may I have a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to the first reading of ordinance 2025-1106B?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve 2025-11-06B.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. I'm going to call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Next, also the same parcel. Now that we voted to annex it in, this is the rezoning of now 55 acres. That it's the 45 of the annexed and the 10 that's already in the city limits. Mr. Gruber, do you have anything further to add?
No, sir. This is the actual zoning designation that if you vote on second reading to annex the property in, this would then become the zoning designation once you approve second reading of the PDD.
Thank you. Any further comments by staff or the applicant? At this time, I'd like to invite the public to come forward and make any comments or ask any questions about the zoning of the 55 acres. And there will be, we're not going to allow that person to annex in. Is that clear? All right. Okay. So let's go to council questioning. Mr. Mearsman.
No questions.
Guzman.
No question, sir.
Mr. White.
I've got 33. No, I'm just kidding. No questions.
Mr. Carroll.
None, no, sir.
Okay, I have no further anxieties. So at this time, now we've had the public hearing and we've had council comments, I'd like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to the first reading of ordinance 2025-11-06C.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion on first reading that we approve ordinance 2025-11-06C.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, one last piece of business for this particular piece of property, and that is the approval or the adoption of the master plan submittal for the 55 acres known as Pleasant Brook. Mr. Gruber or staff or the applicant, any further comments or questions?
No, sir. Nothing further to add.
Okay. I'm now going to invite the public. Do you have any comments or questions regarding this ordinance? Seeing none, let's go to council questions and start with Mr. Mearsman.
No questions, sir.
Mrs. Guzman.
No question, sir.
Mr. White.
No questions.
Mr. Carroll.
No questions.
Okay, so this master plan, it says here it's for the 55 acres, but this master plan is really just for the 10 acres, correct? Should we make that distinction in this ordinance? So, again,
It's in the master thing.
The master plan's on the entirety of the property because that puts the equestrian on one piece and the 8 acres has the commercial.
okay. All right. Thank you for that answer. So now everybody's had a chance. Now we'll ask for a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to ordinance 2025-11-06D.
I'd like to make the motion to approve ordinance 2025-11-06D.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Those three ordinances will have second reading in 2 weeks. Next, we go to the first reading of an ordinance to adopt a master plan submittal for a tract of land consisting of approximately 55.74 acres, known generally as Parcel 13, townhomes located in the South Point Planned Development District, and to amend the official zoning map of the city of Hardeeville to indicate that portion subject to the master plan. We just have one ordinance for this particular topic. Mr. Gruber.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. So maybe the easiest transition might be to say the last item that you just voted on, which was the master plan for Pleasant Brook, is now what we're talking about, but just for a different project. So this is the South Point project, and I think we may benefit from a comma being in there so that it can make it clear it is parcel 13, which are townhomes, not 13 townhomes. But it is a part of the overall approved development plan for South Point, but this is now they're coming in to show the initial master plan for the townhome phase of that development. And with that, I'll turn it over to Katie.
All right. Good evening again. You're very familiar with this application, so I'll save you most of the details. But just a little history: the South Point Plan Development District was approved in 2022, and followed by that in January of 2025, you reviewed and approved the South Point Infrastructure Master Plan, which allows for the roadways and utilities to be constructed. Right now, they are currently under review by staff review committee for a site development permit for that road and utility network. This parcel 13 initial master plan, Planning Commission recommended approval in August of this year, and you held a city council workshop at the end of September. And you charged the applicants with coming up with a little bit of details for them. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Willie Powell, and he will give you those details you requested. Yeah.
Right here. Thank you.
And then you remember how to use that?
Top button.
Oh, well, here,
Works.
you can do this.
Okay. Good evening, Willie Powell with Ward Edwards Engineering. We are part of the applicant team for South Point's parcel 13. I think, Katie, what I'd like to do is show, this is the IMP.
That's the whole document.
That's fine.
Okay,
That will work for me.
okay.
All right, I think what I'd like to do is show a little bit of the overall site, walk through a couple of those items, and I'm happy to kind of walk through some of the discussion topics. There we go.
Willie, if you could close out the windows to the right and left, that'll help it. There you go. That way everybody can see it.
There we go.
Perfect.
Thank you. Oop, too far. There we go. All right. So this is parcel 13. This is a part of South Point West, which backs up to I-95. Access to South Point parcel 13 comes off of what's called Road A, which is the extension of Pine Arbor. And so as part of the infrastructure master plan and the phase 1 infrastructure plans that Katie and staff are currently reviewing, that will bring the roadway up to this intersection, will include water and sewer services for this area. And that phase 1 infrastructure also includes a small portion of the Spine Road and the future pump station there as well. So I know there's a lot going on with this area in terms of infrastructure. So this pump station you see right here will end up tying into a second pump station that's being installed as a part of phase one near the Spine Road. That then daisy chains into the Exit 8 sewer project that's currently out to bid with Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer. So there's a lot of momentum, a lot of activities that are beginning to come together to make this work. And this site does propose these townhomes in this area. It's under the density that's allocated to it as a part of the original PDD, and the IMP proposes open space that exceeds the minimum threshold. One of the discussion topics that we had during Planning Commission and also again during council was to concentrate the active open spaces into the development itself, which we've done with this kind of amenity area here and a second kind of park area in the back. Combined, those two areas are about an acre or more of total area that's programmed for use by the community, not to mention the other kind of parks along these areas here that help to get the active space up over that needed area and clips it. And it does not take into account any of this kind of back area here. Earlier renditions of this plan did utilize some of this rear area for open space, and we've since consolidated that into the main area. We've worked with staff and fire marshal on circulation to kind of get those items clarified. And what I understand is those are all satisfied now by staff and by emergency management services. And so I think what I'd like to do is kind of run through a couple of items that we discussed during the workshop. And one of those items was about response times and just concern over how this, if you look at the site, was concern over the fact that this area may feel a little bit off of John Smith Road and the internal circulation. And so we've looked at the distance from these kind of furthest reaching areas, kind of back here, as it ties back to John Smith Road and as it ties into this intersection here. Just a reminder, this intersection will tie into the main Spine Road, which will tie into 278 and down to John Smith Road as a part of that kind of regional circulation plan. And we found throughout the city a number of different, this one, yeah, it works, a number of different locations that have very similar type, if not, multiple links, differences of this. So this is in the bottom of Margaritaville. This kind of southwest corner of Margaritaville has about 3 times the length of what we're proposing in here. So there's the zoomed in version of Sandcastle Road. And if you zoom out, which is the secondary one, you kind of can see how far, that is within the Margaritaville development. So these are another example in Riverton, Sun City. They just did a cross of East Argent. So there's other examples in the city that are 2-3x of what we're proposing inside of South Point. And that's not even taking into account the future circulation that will occur once the Spine Road and phase 2 of the infrastructure is completed and active. So that's one item I wanted to kind of run through. One concern was just the circulation of this kind of end piece. We provided this to staff, they reviewed it, but you can see that vehicles are able to make the circulation, get rid of those again, are able to make that. This is also a right-hand turn, which is the hardest turn to make in the development. And it shows that right-hand turn is being able to be made. And there's also room to further expand that. As we get into detailed development permitting with staff, we need to kind of add a little bit more radius, a little bit more widening on that. So there's the flexibility to do that once we get into detailed site permitting with staff. I also wanted to, I think this is probably one of the bigger items I wanted to look at every time. So one of the discussion items was just the concern over the timing of our infrastructure, our homes, and then also how that ties into the greater Exit 8 work and also the 278 John Smith intersection work. And so what we tried to lay out is a rundown of the three projects, kind of all kind of side by side, beginning with fourth quarter of 25, which we're kind of in now, and then run through the next, basically 3 full years, and kind of show how each of these different projects will kind of run together. And I think one of the big items to consider in there is that the expected bridge closure of John Smith Road. And so we've coordinated with the SCDOT project manager to get a rough idea of when he expects the 95 bridge closure to be occurring. We've also worked with CARTA to get a decent idea of what the city schedule would be for the 278 John Smith Road intersection, and then kind of aligning that with what we expect to be from our development permitting side. And so what we're seeing is that even if, we go as fast as we can, we're still 6 to 9 months behind the intersection improvements that are needed for 278 and John Smith Road. And we're still in the midst of what's going on with Exit 8. But the key to that is the potential, I think to one of Mr. Mearsman's concerns, is the potential to align our clearing operations and or timbering operations with the bridge closure to try to limit construction traffic on John Smith Road. And then to further that point, if you'll note on the infrastructure plan, as part of the approved IMP for the infrastructure, was to offset our alignment of our construction activities from Pine Arbor roads. There's no direct connection from Pine Arbor for our activities. So our approved DOT encroachment for the infrastructure plan is offset from that to minimize any intersection concerns there, and also to help, I think, with construction traffic maneuverability. So I'm happy to, I know there's a lot of information I kind of threw at you at the beginning. I'm happy to run through each one of those individually, any kind of questions that may come up, but I think it was beneficial for us to kind of look at our processes and what we expect to hopefully occur moving forward, and kind of how that aligns with the city's intersection program and the SCDOT Exit 8 and 995 program, most notably the John Smith Road bridge closure. I have a couple of little things that if they come up, we are happy to look at them as well. Adrian, anything from your end you want to mention as of now? Okay. Yes.
Good evening, Kevin Ferrugio, ROI Real Estate. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. You have the larger South Point master plan, or just kind of an overall? Maybe?
Okay.
It could be helpful to kind of set the context. Yeah.
Look at that. There you go.
Thank you.
Maybe I was thinking the phase 1 infrastructure, maybe at this, you could kind of maybe explain it.
That's the next slide, I think. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
So this is just as a note, this is the overall South Point PDD that was approved in 2022. And so the parcel in question is what's called residential tract number 3, which is here. It's now known as South Point parcel 13, townhomes. And that's accessed off of, you kind of can see here, this is Pine Arbor Road. Here's that extension coming up. And then our approved construction access with SCDOT allows it to come over and comes in down here. So it's truly offset from that intersection to not cause any conflicts, especially during construction activities. And then I think the next one, so there you go, you kind of can see so phase 1 is this road up to the intersection here, and then the Spine Road kind of in this area. And again, you've got 2 large pump stations that are part of phase 1, all tying into the Beaufort Jasper Exit 8 system. And that's not part of phase 1 right now. That's DOT's work right there, part of their work. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll let, or whatever works best for you, Mr. Mayor.
When we, I'm sure there'll be additional questions. But first, in keeping with the order that I've been doing, I will at this time offer the chance for the public to come forward and ask any questions or make any comments regarding South Point. Okay, seeing none, let's start with Mr. Mearsman.
All right. Right there, where your construction road is going to come out.
Yes, sir.
Where will your trucks go from there?
So as of right now, well, it depends on the construction activities on John Smith Road, whether or not the bridge has been formally closed or whether it's open. We're also, we are willing to limit their activities to certain directions if that would appease the mayor and Mr. Mearsman here. So we're happy to help to limit them, to force them down either, down John Smith Road this way or down Pine Arbor, to help limit them off of 278, if that would be.
John Smith Road going back towards the rec center and the school is an absolute out.
Okay.
I will not approve those log trucks going down that way.
Okay.
If you're going to come out over in here and turn onto Pine Arbor Road, what has been done with the DOT? Because the length of a log truck and the swing of a log truck is awful large. I know you can't put a complete turn lane in there, but can you at least widen the shoulder to make that turn? Because it's a tight turn right now. And not only is it dangerous, it could also hinder traffic at that intersection. I'd like to see some improvement or some idea of what you're going to do. Because you're not going to go out onto 278. That's not an option with your logging. So Pine Arbor is pretty much where you're at. And I'm not crazy about it, but it is what it is. My other concern is that I still had that, and Kevin, we talked before, is your distance from the designated wetlands of this development. I asked staff, 25 feet is generally an accepted area from to the wetlands. It's generally accepted. I'd like to see more than that, constant. Kevin, you said average, and I can't go with the average because, yes, you have a big green spot right down over here, but some of these are very close, and these are family homes. They're going to have kids into the backyards. So, what can be done to protect the wetlands a little bit and give the kids some type of a yard or something that the folks have in the back? 25 feet is not much. That's here to the wall for me.
So one thing that actually, I did not mention that earlier, one thing we did look at following the workshop was increasing the wetland buffer. And so we've added 60% to the wetland buffer versus what you were presented at the workshop. So the wetland buffer that's on this plan and proposed is an additional 60% over.
60, but put that in feet, please.
It's over 30, low mid 30s in that range. So it's
okay, that's more acceptable. And one more question, if you can pull that slide down just a little bit. What happened, what I'm looking at on what staff has provided me with, there is an access road right there that goes into the next phase. It's not showing, it says emergency access, but it's not showing any road. Will that be put in at this time and just a dead end?
Yes. Well, we'll have to work with the fire marshal to make sure we're not putting in something that they can't maneuver. But yes, we will put in this portion and have it stubbed, and we'll put as long as we're allowed to put it, so that way it can be extended further. If we're allowed to put it to the property line, we'll certainly do that.
Yeah, and I think
it's hidden by
hidden by the tree canopy on that document,
Yes.
but it is there.
Okay.
We did verify.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Katie.
And we did you see on this exhibit too, I think one of the questions was distances from property boundary to I-95 tree line and I-95 edge of pavements. Those have also been added to this exhibit. So you're seeing almost 90 foot of tree canopy from the property boundary existing, not counting our 50-foot internal. And then you have a 125 from property to the edge of pavement. And these master plans have incorporated the full I-95 widening project. So what you're seeing is the widening of 95 already taken into effect.
Okay. You had mentioned earlier in your others, Margaritaville, Riverton Point, and those. those were PDDs and developments approved 20 years ago by a different council, and I can honestly state major mistakes were being made. In the future, don't reference those.
Okay.
This is different, and everything we're doing now is different, and we have learned from things that were made then that we will not do. So, to make me happier, don't reference those, please.
Noted. I think we were just trying to provide an example of how it sits compared to other response times that are needed in the city.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Mrs. Guzma.
Can we go to the slide where all the access points were shown, sir?
PowerPoint, this one?
That one, yes. So, oops,
Sorry.
okay, so access point 7 is directly in front of Pine Arbor Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that going to be your construction road?
No, ma'am. Construction will occur via the temporary construction permit that's down here.
So that's in front of, that's going to be in,
Well, I guess, good point. That's
kind of past Pine
our
Arbor.
construction
Sorry.
access is right here for this IMP, because this road will be provided to us. So our construction is technically from right there coming in to the site.
So how will your logging trucks exit that property?
They will utilize this road that the Phase 1 infrastructure is going to build, and then we can leave this access road open as needed.
So that will be just past Pine Arbor Road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so with the bridge closed,
That's a good question.
how are they going to, so that means if the bridge is closed and the only way out will be down Pine Arbor, which means then they're gonna have to do a left to get onto Pine Arbor Road.
Yes, ma'am. Correct. But there would be no traffic south of Pine Arbor. So we would have, because it would be closed just south of us.
Okay, so big trucks, lots of logs and all of that fun stuff, and those things tip over, we're gonna have a party in that section over there, so. And all those logging trucks will be going down Pine Arbor Road, is that the plan?
Yes, ma'am.
So none of them are going to go back up John Smith and then turn on to 278?
No, ma'am. We'll dictate and ensure they all go down Pine Arbor.
So, okay, that's a lot of turns there, to turn that left, to come back on, and then to turn again onto Pine Arbor. The thing that worries me about that is because since the bridge is going to be closed, all the traffic is going to divert onto Pine Arbor to come this way. So you're going to have a truck that's going to turn loaded with logs, going to make that right-hand turn onto Pine Arbor to get out. And then you're going to have people coming down John Smith trying to hang a left, also to get onto Pine Arbor to go wherever they need to go. So that's going to be like a compression point there. I mean, safety-wise, that doesn't jive really good with me.
Well, I think the intent, well, the good news is any construction vehicle that's down in this area has free reign of John Smith Road, because there's no opposing traffic can come through the intersection any further. So they'll have the ability to kind of control this area. And then then it becomes a right-hand turn, which is the safest turn to make for a vehicle.
Right, but the point I'm trying to make is, I understand that there's going to be a right-hand turn there for your logging trucks, but what I'm concerned about is the population that's going to be using John Smith to get onto Pine Arbor. Who's going to stop for who? Because, you know, the logging trucks, they're big trucks. And to me, it's like, I'm bigger than you, and I'm going to take the right of way.
Well, they have the right of way. The right-hand turn would have the right of way.
And then you're going to have speeding people trying to turn onto Pine Arbor. I don't know, that's a hairy situation there.
Just want to remind the council that when we got our IMP for the infrastructure approved, we agreed to work with staff and work with the council on a traffic safety mitigation plan. And so, you know, those steps, we can talk about having traffic, yeah, yeah, maybe ample signage, you know, folks directing traffic, you know, we will happily paint that, you know, the safe picture, and we be able to implement it. You know, we'll have just a kind of a compressed timeline for when the logging activity will happen. It'll be, you know, during certain specific times that staff and council want. We could be as flexible as possible to work around the higher traffic points and so forth. But we're committed to that. I mean, that was a high priority. You could tell that. I mean, we're wanting to fulfill that. And again, we have a great window of opportunity here with that road being closed. So.
All right, that's the only question I had, sir.
Thank you. No, sir, the public comment is not open, but I will put it back forward. Mr. White?
John and, Steve and Val have raised some excellent questions, Kevin. I think what you're talking about with the flagmen and all the things that you need to do, personally, I have a lot of confidence that you guys will see that, understand it, and do that. And we're expecting that. And it's very, very important that is done with excellence and done even more so than beyond the minimum requirement, the maximum requirement. And I have confidence that you'll do that, and that's what my expectation is.
Understood. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll?
Are we talking about the traffic on John Smith, and have you considered about the folks that live on Pine Arbor Road? The big trucks going on Pine Arbor Road, that's a lot of traffic, and I'm not sure that road can take it. It's not long ago it's been repaved. But that's a lot of people and a lot of children on Pine Arbor Road, and I haven't heard about any consideration for the citizens on Pine Arbor Road at all. All I've heard is John Smith and like the residents of Pine Arbor Road, I guess, don't count.
No, sir. Again, we'd be happy to look at. I mean, right now we have several large projects that have trucking, timbering activity entering Highway 278 right now. I mean, maybe it makes sense to spread them or to divert the traffic and to some to 278, some to Pine Arbor, based on different hours. I think
You
it
said
could
a
be-
while ago that you had no intentions of going to 278.
I'm saying that it's going to be open, and so if that proves to be a safer route and we can time it properly, we're open to that. I mean,
And then once you go down Pine Arbor Road to the other end, where do you go? I guess back on 46?
that's correct.
And then which way on 46? I guess to the left or?
I would think you'd maybe go, well, I guess it depends on if you're going to the Savannah, you guess you go right to 95 and go that route. I think the consideration from our end was to take advantage of the road closure and the realign traffic flow. Because while the bridge is closed, I mean, Pine Arbor will become a primary exit route for this stretch. And so basically take advantage of that same routing plan that DOT has to accommodate as part of their widening program.
Which is going to be, because I'm on the LCOG, and we meet with DOT all the time, and they're giving it a 9-month frame, and nowhere in the world it'll be 9 months. It'll be, at a minimum, be a year, at a minimum.
We feel the same way, but we did use 9 months in our timeline, just because that's what they keep telling us. But I would agree.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about public safety, when that bridge is closed, what's going to happen is that there is going to be increased traffic on Pine Arbor Road, on Main Street, right here, right past here, and down, of course, at 278 up at the other end. If the trucks come out of there, regardless of whether they come at Pine Arbor or before, they're going to go to one of two places. Pine Arbor Road, where, as Mr. Carroll said, has a lot of kids. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to have increased traffic of all types because of that bridge closure. But now we're going to send logging trucks down there. John, you better put a big wall in front of your yard because your grandchildren are going to be at risk. The other thing that they could possibly go is to go to 278, okay? We asked for some crash data at 278 and John Smith Road. In the last 12 months, there have been 14 motor vehicles collisions there, including one not long ago, a death, okay? And that's before anything goes on there. That's 4% of the whole city's total. And it's 34% of the accidents on 278. That is a dangerous intersection, which is why the Hoyer Group has dedicated $8 million to fix it. It's why the voters of Jasper County voted a transportation sales tax to fix 278. There are infrastructure fixes on the way. To expect that we're going to be able to make it safer or mitigate the problems that are already existing when you start to allow construction to go before all those mitigations are done is unreasonable, and it's dangerous from a public safety standpoint. The additional traffic that's going to go on Pine Arbor Road and 278, especially when that bridge is closed. Let me go on to a couple of other questions. First of all, did we, Josh, have we ever, this council discussed increasing the wetlands buffer beyond to adopt the Bluffton ordinance? Have we done anything with that?
We've not taken formal action on that. We have talked about that, I think, twice now at various workshops as that being a goal. In my conversations with council, we're preparing a package of kind of housekeeping plans that we need to bring forward with the MZDO, and so we've talked about adding it to that. But if it's the direction from council that you want to see that sooner rather than later, we can bring that forward as quickly as you'd like.
Well, let me go to the other question. What is the wetlands buffer versus the Bluffton ordinance in this particular case, which is it comes off of that wetlands there? What's the buffer between those homes and the wetlands?
So pursuant to the city's current MZDO language, the wetlands buffer is determined by the Army Corps of Engineers, which typically requires a 25-foot buffer, but that is a 25-foot average buffer. And so that is what our current standards require. What Bluffton has done is they have increased that to being a minimum 50 feet, and I don't believe it's average. I think it's 50 feet everywhere. And again, we'd have to look
At
that a
every
little bit
point.
more. But that is the difference between what we have now and what Bluffton has adopted.
See, because by kicking this can down the road, now I think that buffer is inadequate. And I think we need to discuss before we approve any other projects, whether it be this or any. We have to finally come to a decision whether or not what kind of buffers we want to the wetlands. The Bluffton ordinance was a very good ordinance, and I think we need to have that conversation and have council make a decision one way or another. What is a pump station?
Sewer lift station. So all the gravity sewer flows to it, and then it relays it via pump to the next stop in town. So
Where's the next stop in town?
So
After all
this-
these sewer things come out of these 260 homes, and it goes to this pump station, where does it go from there?
So I'm really in my wheelhouse now. So it comes to here, and this station will collect 2 other parcels within South Point. Here, it will then pump down our new roadway to John Smith. It'll then go up, I can go back to the other example, and then go up John Smith, and then cross over, actually, I'm sorry, it'll come into phase one here to a larger station, which will then pick it up, send it up John Smith Road, where it'll hit the system that Buford Jasper's putting into place right now as part of the big Exit 8 sewer program. From there, it'll then eventually get relayed back west over to Perrysburg.
So, if I understand right, if we go back to the previous slide, we're going to pump sewage and then travel it down through that big wetlands area. I don't know about anybody else, but that scares me.
No. All the pump itself is in upland area. All the gravity lines, sewer lines, all tied to it are all inside rights of way, and so it stays in upland area the entire route. We're not doing any kind of wetland impacts as a part of South Point Phase 13 or Parcel 13, or the Phase 1 infrastructure that's going in the ground.
That pump station, which is going to be pumping sewage, is right next to an extensive wetlands area. Okay, that scares me. That you would have sewage being pumped next to a wetlands.
I will tell you, from an engineering standpoint, almost everyone, there's probably 300 stations in Buford Jasper system. Almost all of them are located near wetlands because you want to locate them in the lowest portion of the property to make them easier to access, easier to utilize. And so almost every pump station in Buford Jasper system is located in a lower area adjacent to wetlands or other site features that make them easier to construct, build, and maintain.
So we're putting in a development that is, because it was done before, it's okay again.
Well, it's from an economic and a constructability standpoint, that's the most desirable location. Because it's all based on depth and access and this kind of things. It's also a safer location to construct it and maintain it.
Okay, and just one other thing I want to comment on what Mr. Mearsman said. You referenced the fact that there's, other areas that only have one access point, and we get killed about that every single day. Okay, I'm exaggerating, of course, but the point is this. Just because we made mistakes in the past doesn't mean we have to continue them by allowing it again in the future. That's those one access points, and even our fire marshal has advised us on other developments that having one access point is not desirable. And speaking of that, from John Smith Road to the furthest most point, what's the distance there?
It is about 3,500 feet from John Smith to that back corner. So 3/4, is that right?
That's 3/4 of a mile? Okay. Let's go back to where the parks are. Could we go over that again? And what is, you mentioned there's 1 acre for active open spaces?
No, so there's the open space plan there. As a whole, the property provides over actually the numbers are on this exhibit. There you go. So it's 5.72 acres of active open space throughout the community. And one of the questions that came up during the workshop was, is that area adequate? And so, we've looked at that. We've quantified what this area is and can be. And Adrian, you're welcome to speak on that as well. But between this area and then this area, those two areas itself, as more of the program piece, provide over 1 acre of just solid programmed active open space, not to mention the other trails, pocket parks, and things that are throughout the community.
One of the things that we have asked all our communities, not just you, but every single one, and they've all agreed to, is that we keep 10% of active open space. That's in addition to all the other things that are being done. keep them open. Don't build on them in case in the future the community wants to decide to be able to utilize it. If we build on every single inch, then and the community wants to put a tennis court at some point in the future or a playground and put swing sets. If it's all used up, we don't have that community does not have the opportunity to do so because it's all built up. And that's why we have been asking over the last couple of years, and our communities have agreed to keep over and above the amenity centers and everything, to keep 10% active open spaces. And I would expect that you would willingly want to do what everybody else is doing. Just put that in the back of your heads.
And we do exceed the 10% active open space. I think this area back in the back is left to be utilized by residents as they would like to see fit.
And what is that? What's the acreage?
The 10% active open space need is it's in the bottom corner. It's at 557, and we're proposing 5.72.
So go back to my original question. Where is that 5.7?
It is all of these darker green areas throughout the community. So you've got this larger kind of programmed clubhouse amenity that's here. You've got these areas through this park area that can be utilized and programmed by the residents. Same thing kind of through here, and kind of these pocket parks that are spaced out here where the roads tee in is one of the recommendations of Planning Commission, was to kind of provide those and break these units up, which we've done. Same thing here, and then kind of in that area as well. So.
Okay, and there are sidewalks?
Yes, sir. Both sides of the road will provide sidewalks.
And the price points of these townhomes?
Adrienne Petrowski with 4-Star. So we've looked into the questions that were asked at the workshop, and based on the development costs and the market research, we believe the townhomes will run between mid-3s to the mid-4s. That's what we're seeing at this time. Obviously, it is based on development costs. It's based on what costs, are required by us. So that's what we foresee. However, we're not the builder, so.
You're the developer.
We're the developer, yes, sir.
The other thing that we've asked just about every other development that's come in is if you'd be willing to set aside a portion of the total for perhaps some sort of an affordable housing plan. And I'm not saying reduce the specs. I'm not saying, put a sign next to this is affordable housing. But one of the things that we've been working on is trying to devise a plan so that perhaps through city incentives, working with you, the developers and builder, to work on a plan with us where perhaps we would be able to come up with some incentives for our essential workers, whether it be police, fire, teachers, nurses. So would you be willing to work with us on a plan such as that?
We'd be willing to talk about it, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. With getting back just for a second with the access point, I know that there's a Road A goes into Road B. But for a very long part of the future, the only access is going to be what's determined as Road A. Because you're not going to put Road B until the other parts come online. And based on the current rate of sale in our city and rate of permitting, that's going to be a long time. So we're going to, in essence, we're going to be dealing with one access onto John Smith Road, going into Pine Arbor and going to 278 for quite a long time. These 260 townhomes are going to, that's going to be their route in and out, which is going to add additional traffic on what is a failing intersection. We talked about at the workshop, given the fact, we're often criticized, put the infrastructure in first before you put the homes in. Well, we know that's kind of tough, and particularly when it comes to roads and things like that. We're in a unique position. We have given, through the Morgan Tract, $8 million to improve that intersection. And we have, thanks to the Jasper County sales tax referendum, we have $65 million to improve 278. I see no public safety reason why we have to add another development before we have those improvements be finished. And I think the bridge closure is just going to make that intersection even worse.
Nightmare.
Because now and so I'll go back to what I said at the workshop. I think it would be imprudent and irresponsible of us to put the public at safety, while your public safety at risk, while all we're asking is to wait until we're finished. There is no reason to rush and get this thing done before the road improvements are done. This schedule that you just put up here, it's DOT's.
It's also the city schedule in green for the 278 John Smith Road intersection. And so we have 3+ years of studies, design, permitting, and then our own site infrastructure to do before the first home even begins to go vertical. And so, based on that schedule, we won't even start home construction until the 278 intersection is completed then. So, it's what we're asking for is the ability to go ahead and get started and do those kind of studies to get ourselves in line with those.
But what you're asking us for next year, in 5 months' time, to start timbering. And
only in order to try to time it up with the bridge closure, if that would be.
I don't care what you time it up with. Timbering means you're going to have trucks with big timber trucks going on a intersection and a roadway that is right now a public safety nightmare. As I said, 34% of the accidents on 278 are at that intersection. And that's before you bring all your trucks in there. And so, again, there's no rush to put our public at risk safety-wide. Wait. I don't see why you didn't hear us at the workshop and ask you to wait until these improvements are finished. For me, I think that's a reasonable request. We're not saying you can't do it, but just wait until the infrastructure has been put in place.
I think 2 thoughts. One, I apologize. I thought from our infrastructure and PDD work, the intent was to try to maximize some of the construction activities while the bridge was closed. So we showed this potential clearing, timbering in line with the bridge closure because we thought that's what council would want. So we don't have to do the timbering while the bridge is closed if it works better for us to do it more in line with our schedule. That was us saying, hey, we have the opportunity to do this if that would be at council's pleasure. If that's not the council desire, we will certainly not do any timbering while that bridge is out of operation.
I think what the council said to you at the workshop, unless, my memory may be faulty, was wait until the 278 intersections are finished. And, you know, if I'm looking at your schedule here, you've got construction beginning. You've got timbering beginning next year. And that's long before, we're not even out to bid next year on that 278. And until DOT gets us a better or a more secure projection, I don't think we can take DOT schedule to the bank. I certainly, you know, that bank has been bankrupted more than once, and we all know that. So I don't see the reason why we need to rush to get this thing started. I'm sorry, I don't see the reason. It's got more risk, more public safety risk than it has benefit. So I still, like I said at the workshop, I said, hey, come back later. Let's get a better handle on what the timetables are and start timbering once we know that those trucks can come out and go into a safe intersection.
What's at risk with that is our phase one infrastructure. Again, I think the goal and the preference is for us to install infrastructure ahead of the density and the development, which is what we're doing. So the phase one infrastructure that Willie outlined is we're just waiting on street names. We're 98% of the way there to get our approval. We have a reputable contractor lined up. We have funding lined up in the neighborhood of the $8 million investment that HIC is doing. We're doing the same with water and sewer infrastructure and the roadway extension, Pine Arbor Road. We're ready to do that. The sequencing works hand in glove with what Willie's portrayed. Again, taking timbering out of the equation. So we're trying to time it right. So what we don't want, if we have to put everything on hold for 2 years, as you're suggesting, it would be irresponsible of us to pre-install some infrastructure, have it sitting in the ground, for years. So we're trying to get some assurance, because part of this infrastructure obviously is to serve Parcel 13. So it's all working together. And again, we've been working hard for 12 months. Ward Edwards we've got all our permits for that phase one infrastructure. That's commitment from a developer. We are fully, marching forward here. And again, we're willing to work with you as much as you said. We're not going to have one resident turn onto Pine Arbor Road without that intersection done, traffic signal, and a safe intersection at Pine Arbor, whether it be the roundabout or decel lanes, whatever the traffic consultants and staff and council decide. So we're trying to set up the safest scenario. We're trying to time our investment. Again, we got to make a big business decision here. And if we're delayed, there's a good chance we lose that momentum. And what happens is the dominoes start to fall. The retailers are expecting residential, they're expecting infrastructure, and all that times together. It's like dominoes, like I said. And so again, it's complicated, but we hear you, and this chart speaks volumes about safety and the fact that, that infrastructure will be installed. We're willing to time it right. We're talking 3 years before there's a CO or what have you. All the while, we've got, again, that primary infrastructure going in. It's timing perfectly with the city's sewer infrastructure. So we're going to meet perfectly at John Smith Road intersection, so we can hook into the new force main, that we've already, helped fund. So again, sir, I just wanted to kind of give you a summation that I think just warrants additional consideration.
I thank you for that, Kevin. But again, everything you said, those are for your business. That's your business decision. That's your business investment. But for the 5 of us up here, our business is the people of Hardeeville and keeping them safe. And that's our primary concern. You've been approved the PDD, as you mentioned before. You have the right to do it. But in my opinion, by moving too fast on this, and it's not my concern, it's not my job to be concerned about your business. My concern is the people sitting right behind you and keeping them safe. And right now, the crash data says it's already unsafe. And if you add to that before these improvements are done, it's going to be even more unsafe. And I cannot in good conscience say that I'll vote for that. It's just, it would be irresponsible of me to say yes. So I'm sorry, but my business of the people is more important than your business investment. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the reality for me. I'm finished, thank you.
I think just on the final note there from our end is just we're 3 years from even having the first homeowner be active in the community. And so if we wait 2.5 to 3 years to start this process, we're now 3 years from then from having a homeowner in the neighborhood. So I'm saying the goal was also we won't have anyone living there until the infrastructure is completely installed and operational and safe and functional as required by the PDD and the development agreement.
According to this timetable up here, you want to timber next first quarter, and you're going to be constructing long before the construction of the road improvements are finished.
That's at the discretion of the council. That was an option that we thought would be attractive, just given that window that we talked about. So that could be put back into its normal sequence.
My preference is to wait until the road improvements are finished. That's my preference. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have had public comment, we've had council comments, and probably more comments than you want to hear from me. Was there any other, I know somebody wanted to, from the public? Okay. Okay, so the questioning is done, so now we have to make a decision. May I have a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to the first reading of 2025-11-06E?
Mr. Mayor? Oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to table this item until a workshop can be scheduled based on information that we have received this evening.
Okay, that's a motion.
Councilman Mearsman, do you have a date you'd like to table that to? Our next two meetings this year are November 20th, and then again, I believe December, let me make sure, 11th.
Can we put this into the beginning of January? Because information that is going to be needed, especially the buffering that we are talking about and the road use are the two primary issues. I don't think those can be put together in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
You have not set your meeting dates for 2026 yet. That is something that you will have on an upcoming agenda.
Can we say that we will address this with a workshop prior to the first meeting we have in January, and this item will be on the agenda, the first meeting in January?
Yes, sir, I believe that will work.
That will be my motion then.
Mr. Mearsman, just, and I'm not asking you to change your motion, but just keep in mind the schedule of December. So if we, in order to have that workshop prior to first reading or the first meeting in January, we're going to be hard pressed for getting, you follow what I'm saying?
Then I would,
So I just wanted you to consider that in your motion.
I understand. I would modify that to the second meeting in January.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, opposed?
No. It'll be, I just won't, no.
Oh, you are, okay. Okay, so we have tabling to the second meeting in January. And I would ask, Josh, if we could have an update on the construction schedules of both DOT and the 278 John Smith Road project.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me get to the right page. Next, we have first reading of an ordinance to annex into the city parcel 038 0-06-036 located at 526 Roper Road, consisting of approximately 30.02 acres from unincorporated Jasper County not already within the Hardeeville city limits, as well as all adjacent public rights-of-way, railroad rights-of-way, waters, lowlands, and wetlands. This is ordinance 2025-11-06F. Mr. Gruber, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So both items F and G on tonight's agenda are related to the same property and the same proposal. So as we discussed with Pleasant Brook, the first item on the agenda is the authorization to annex the property from unincorporated Jasper County into the city of Hardeeville. And then the second item, item G, would then assign zoning to that property once it's been brought into the city. So with that, I'll turn it over to Branna, and I'll let her outline both the procedural history and what the applicant's requesting.
PowerPoint's slow, but basically what I did in the PowerPoint is an update. And good evening, council. I know it's been a long evening, but we'll try to get through the rehash shortly. The request is for an annexation and a zoning on Roper Road, which is in the Levy community. It is approximately 30 acres, and they were requesting the limited industrial zoning. The purpose that they've asked for a solar farm. You had some questions from the workshop. One was on the cleanliness or the environmentally sensitiveness of solar. Oh, here it is, good. Basically what I've added on these slides is just one slight thing. Once again, remind you where the property is located. It is outlined in red down there off of 315 South Okatee Highway. That is a zoomed in portion of the property in question. We should show you the drone footage. There's some snapshots from that showing the tree canopy and the coverage and the residential units that are out there. When we reached out to Palmetto Electric Co-op for some information on solar, and basically what they could tell us was that the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy strongly promotes responsible use and very big proponents of solar energy, and mainly because it doesn't use fuel and it just is manufactured in a way that it is safe for the environment. In fact, theirs behind their location on 278 is right by their retention pond, if that tells you anything, and the wetlands that are out there in the New River Center. So that does give you some information on how they view it. That is the most information we have. I do not have the wetland delineation. I got some information from the applicant, but it was not anything. It was just screenshots of information. So I do not have all of that details. But once again, just to put it out there, the request is for industrial zoning and annexation on this parcel here, shown in red. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. And the applicant is also here to speak as well.
Thank you, Branna. Does the applicant have anything to say?
How you doing? My name's Tariq Mustafa. I'm the applicant for Lightland Development. We did submit everything we spoke about in the workshop. I will get a wetland delineation more to her, but as I screenshotted to her, we didn't have any wetlands from Land ID, show we didn't have any wetlands on our parcel itself. And right now, I know you guys keep saying when Levy grows up, what do it want to be? Whatever they want to be, they're going to need energy to be that. So we are proposing to bring energy on our dime to Levy because they feel like stepchilds, as some of the people said. And they also told me about their power problems. They also said that they have very extensive outages down in Levy area. So this would just be an improvement to the grid in that location. And I did speak with a few of the committee from the public in Levy, and they gave me their concerns. What we did add to our project was to initiate a small two-bay firehouse on that property as well, because they said they didn't have any fire protection, and the one that was there was leaving. That was the only addition, and that's all I would have to say at this point until we move on.
Will you also pay for the firemen and the fire trucks?
That we'll have to negotiate, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think before we open it up to the public or the council, at the workshop, we wanted to hear from the fire marshal and for him to clarify what his statements were to the planning commission and the concerns that you had at that time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Based upon what we have polygoned here with the potential annexation, solar farms, even though they're low frequency areas, they still have to maintain the infrastructure like any other products would have to. You would have to have adequate road systems and fire protection for that. With that being said, there's a lot of concern because of the lack of infrastructure in the area and the lack of circulation in the area. There would have to be a road system for us to be able to utilize and ingress and egress to this parcel. So based upon what I'm seeing now with the limited amount of information that have intake from the meetings, I don't think it's advantageous for us right now with this unless there's an extensive infrastructure plan to bring that there.
Joey, Chief, from our closest fire station, which would be 84, right?
That would be correct.
What's the distance to this point?
I have not ran an analysis exactly how far it would be, but it's to be able to access this area, you would have to go around the 315 route. So it's way beyond based upon what I'm looking at here. So it's not advantageous for that, the way that this road or the way that the parcel is laid out. I don't have the exact mileage, but I can't run those for you.
So it would be beyond the 5-mile radius that we have been targeting to get all our fire stations within?
Potentially through drive miles. Again, I haven't ran that diagnostic yet, but we could certainly do so. Even if it falls within the 5 miles, again, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of road systems to access the site to be able in there is our greatest concern, to be able to provide adequate protection and or life safety rescue if needed.
Well, there's two different issues. It's one, accessing, but from what you all have taught me over the years, if it's outside the 5-mile radius, that could have a potential negative effect on our ISO ratings.
That is
That's
correct.
why I asked.
Yes,
if
if it is
was
outside the 5 miles, it can have bearings on that. It is outside.
So
Okay.
there's access and there's the ISO
Correct.
ratings.
And neither one of them are advantageous, and I think y'all just ran it it's a little over 5 miles.
Yeah, I didn't have the exact address of 84, but I can, no matter what, at the end of Riverport Parkway to the end of Roper Road, like the beginning of Roper Road, is over 5 miles.
Okay.
It is. Thank you, Chief. When we get to council questions, we may call you back.
All right, thank you, sir.
So I know the public has been eagerly awaiting this moment, so I'm going to open it up to the public for any comments or questions regarding this project. Just any questions? I have a comment. Just come up and state your name and address for the record. Sir, we are going to keep this as not a workshop. This is a very formal.
Yes, sir. I
So
understand
we will hear your comments and questions within the 3-minute allotted time, and then, we'll go
I'll
from
try
there.
to keep it down to 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for having me up here. My name is John Hewson. I live at 264 Florida Drive, which is just to the south of this proposed project. I've lived there since 1982. So let me go back and give you a little bit of information about this area that I think you need to know about. Back in the 1960s, a gentleman's family named Gene Hadwin owned what is now Osprey Lakes. And Dan Bryan owned the property where my wife and I now live. They got together and put in, with the consent of all the landowners, a drainage canal that drained from Osprey Lakes through the Seaboard Coastline Railroad property, which is now Monroe, through our property, which was then Mr. Bryan, through the property right to the north of us, which is Ayers property of the Robinsons, and through Ayers property, which was at that time owned by a lady named Mrs. Roper. I don't know Mrs. Roper's first name, but that's where Roper Road came from. It then went across 2 other heirs' properties, and it came out over by Dr. and Mrs. Flexen's property and went into a area right adjacent to the Seaboard Coastline Railroad tracks, which were then there, the tracks, and went under a culvert and went into Monkey John Swamp. And so everybody who was part of that construction of that drainage canal had the right to drain their properties into the drainage canal. And all of those people had that right since about 1960. And so all of those people and the people who are their down title people have prescriptive easements. Now, I don't know how many of you all know what that is, but what that means is that if somebody has had an easement for more than 21 years, why they have a legal right to maintain that easement without it being obstructed or changed in any way. And so what you have is you have prescriptive easements for all the property owners at Osprey Lakes, where there are 63 houses. You have prescriptive easements for all the people in Carroll Estates, where there are 25 houses. You have prescriptive easements for my wife and myself, for the Robinsons heirs, for the other people who front on to Roper Road, such as Bishop Young. You have prescriptive easements for the people who are beyond Mrs. Roper's property. What that means is that these developers, proposed developers, cannot legally obstruct that drainage system. And so that is very crucial to us, because that drainage system means that if we have a hurricane or if we have very extensive rain situations, why all that water will be carried off and go into Monkey John Swamp, go across Highway 17 through the big culverts there into a big rice field canal and go back out into the Savannah River, rather than coming back onto us and flooding our properties.
Okay, thank you, sir.
May I make one more comment, sir?
I've given you a lot of latitude.
Okay, if you
let's
just
go
give me
fast.
one more thing that I'd like to say. The second thing I'd like to point out to you is that because they cannot obstruct those things, if there's runoff, as the lady, Mrs. Guzman, was pointing out, that's going to go into this drainage system. It's going to go underneath the old railroad bed, and it's going to go into Monkey John Swamp, and then it's going to go under Highway 17 and come out onto the Savannah Wildlife Refuge and all the properties that are adjacent to that. And all that pollution is going to run into all those crucial wetlands, Monkey John Swamp, the Savannah Wildlife Refuge, and the properties adjacent to it. So I would suggest to you that this is a ill-fated thing. You should turn it down respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have, no, sir, this is, that's, yes, sir, come on up. Staff, would you please, depending on the vote, would like to have some verification, explanation of what was just said to us?
Here's some pictures I'd like to share with you. And my comments will explain some of the pictures. Part of the local environment of this proposed solar farm. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Bill Vitus. I live at 1730 Osprey Lake Circle. I've been a resident here for 5 years. I've spoken to you before about the proposed sand pit, Monroe sand pit. The construction of a solar farm does lead to, as proven and stated by Morse Solar, which is a solar manufacturer themselves, that state that the lead contamination, cadmium contamination, copper, zinc, and pesticides and herbicides that are used to maintain the solar farms do contribute to the degradation of the local environment. We have in Hardeeville, fortunately, quite a lot of benefit of these federal park and state parks that run through the area. The Monkey John Swamp is one important source of water for all these communities. The solar farm would first cut off the barrier to migration, where the first picture you see by the fire pit is a Florida panther that wandered through our neighborhood just in the last 2 years. It is important to maintain this because these Florida panthers travel all the way from the state of Florida, obviously, all through our area and up through upstate Georgia. Solar farms are traditionally a barrier to migration through the fences and the construction that's involved in the maintenance of them. In addition, the lake effect phenomenon which occurs from solar farms is that the solar farms are on the same polarization as a surface of a water pond. And what happens is waterfowl, particularly seafowl and waterfowl, will mistaken them for lakes and crash into solar farms themselves, causing quite a lot of devastation. Mr. Houston's farm, he presently has endangered wildlife storks, woodland storks, which would be a typical type of bird that would be endangered by this type of polarization of the surface of the solar farm. We also have bald eagles. We have ospreys, which I've pictured there as well too. And in addition, what you find is that within the area, besides the increase of fire effect and the devastation on the local environment, Morse Solar themselves say that it is something that has to be addressed when they build a solar farm. It is up to you to help address that concern. There has been, as far as I know, no environmental studies done to how this farm would affect the wildlife that lives directly adjacent to this farm or proposed farm. In addition, there's a temperature gain that usually occurs from 3 to 4 degrees in the local area, which affects the soils within the area from the neighborhoods and also the adjoining farms. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I apologize for the poor quality of the prints, but my printer ran out of ink.
Okay. I think also we need, should we get to the next stage that, again, there's a lot of information that have been passed on to the council that we have not been able to study or look at, so, we would need clarification of these points. Okay, next.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Beth Hayek, 1148 Osprey Lake Circle. I've been there about 1.5 years. I come before you to express my concern for the new business in regards to Roper Road. The change to Roper Road was brought before the Planning Commission on October 8th and denied. As a resident of one of the surrounding communities, I asked the council to consider denying the rezoning of it from rural preservation to limited industrial. As it was brought up at the workshop earlier this week, once a piece of property is changed from one form of like rural preservation to limited industrialization, it cannot be changed back again. The one question I had about the solar farm was who's going to purchase the electricity from this person and from this applicant? And if he doesn't already have a solid contract for somebody to purchase the solar that he is selling, then what's going to happen with the land? And it was discussed at the workshop that he could possibly turn around and ditch the whole solar plan application part, but still now the land would be limited industrial and he could put something else in there. The changes put before you will put the residents of Osprey Lake, Carroll Estates, and Florida Road and Levy community at risk. And the reason it would be put at risk, according to what I've been told, is the drainage system for these communities is a concern, as the main ditch that serves these communities is already in jeopardy due to the Monroe project that has an open application. The Monroe project, if approved, will excavate directly over the main ditch that serves Osprey Lake and Carroll Estates. As we know, living in the Low County, which I have just found out, has more flooding than I've ever seen in my life. And the fire marshal has addressed the issues on some of the things that were brought up on the October 8th planning meeting. So I would like you to consider not allowing this to happen, because we are concerned about the flooding and the fires and everything that goes along with changes. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Next. Anyone?
Hi, I'm Courtney Flexen, 2712 Levy Road. Dr. Flexen is my husband. We're the ones at the end of the drainage flow, and we have the culverts right in front of our property that go onto the under the easement road to the Monroe property, much of which is Monkey John Swamp, and it, as it's been described, goes down to the wildlife refuge and beyond. I think it's very clear, at least to me, that this needs to be denied. First, the Planning Commission has already recommended against it. Second, you've got the issues raised by the fire marshal about access. And third, as a resident of Levy, the community is trying very hard to stay rural preservation and a hamlet, and has been discussed, if it goes industrial in zoning, it's very hard to walk that back. So for all of those reasons, I really hope that you will deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Uh-oh, here's trouble.
Good evening. My name is Dolores Young, the counselor. I have just a few questions about your wording here in F. Is this going to be an annex into the city, or is in an unincorporated of Jasper County? If this does happen, if it's in the county, I'm just concerned, is it going to be annexed in to the city, or will it remain in the county? In your next verse, you have a word, you're doing an interchange in the words. You said annex, then you said rezone. So what is the difference?
There's two things happening or being requested,
Okay,
and there's two separate ordinances.
okay,
The first one is a request to annex into the city.
okay,
So if we voted in favor of that, then it would be in the city. If it is annexed into the city, then the second part is we're being asked to rezone it. So if we don't annex in, then we can't rezone what's not ours. Okay, so it stays in the county. We don't even talk about the second one because it's only applicable if we annex into the city. We cannot rezone something that's in Jasper County.
okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Okay, let's go to council questions. John, you want to take us away first?
I don't think I have any more questions. We spent a lot of time in the workshop, and the big question I had was about the fire situation, and Joey answered that, and planning department answered that. So that was my big question. So that's it, Mayor.
Mr. White,
No questions.
Mrs. Guzman.
Well, I had a lot of questions, but I am not going to waste any more time. I think Joey, Chief Rowell answered the biggest question that I had, and that was the fire situation. Mr. Rowell, I have a question for you, sir. And I think Mr. Mayor already may have addressed this with the ISO rating. Assuming this passes, how will this affect the insurance rates of these homes if the solar farm goes in and you have a lengthy response time?
So it can have impacts on ISO if it's outside the 5 miles, and we would definitely have to run that. Because it would be solar, the impacts could be minimal. It could be major. It just depends on how the insurance companies distribute the rates based upon that. But I think the biggest concern is the lack of infrastructure with water, the lack of infrastructure with roads in there to be able to access and adequately engage in a firefight if there was something to occur there.
Okay, all right. To the gentlemen who are building this, how many panels do you plan on putting on that property?
Probably about maybe 1,000.
So that is for your 5 megawatts, it's 1,000, so it's high wattage panels that's going in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because looking at the stuff that I had looked over, it talked about 1 megawatt of solar power on the farm. It requires 5 to 10 acres of land. Some say 6 to 8. And I was reading that it was 2,857 panels, each rated at 350 watts to achieve 1 megawatt of power.
No, ma'am. It's probably about 2 acres per megawatt. And we using 100 panels come in different sizes. We're using 100-watt panels, which is not the maximum, not the commercial standards.
Okay, because the information I have is 2,857 panels, each rated at 350 watts to achieve 1 megawatt of power. That's all the information I got from different websites, so, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else, Mrs. Guzman?
Oh, and the washdown of these panels, some of the sites that I have been on said it could utilize about 25,000 gallons of water per megawatt to wash down those panels per week, if that's what you're doing, if you're washing them down every week.
No,
So
we're
that's
not
a lot of
watching.
water.
We're not washing them down every week.
So how often do you?
Probably once a month. They
Okay.
don't. They have glazes on them, so they don't pick up that much dirt. But it'll be like once or twice a month.
So where would all that water be channeled?
We are putting in the rain collection system in there, and we have a drainage system that's going to be there as well. So we'll be collecting about 20,000 gallons of rainwater for the washing of the panels.
And where would that water drain to?
The actual,
After it's washed, where would that used up water,
it'll be a
wastewater
reuse
go?
system, a water filtration system, be a reuse system, and the regular drainage will go to the actual drainage locations that are in place right now.
So you, in this wooded lot here, you have a drainage system already in place?
No, we will have to put that in.
Okay, so right now you don't have an infrastructure for that?
No, there's no infrastructure there. It's all
Okay.
wood areas.
Okay, thank you. That's it, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mearsman?
Well, first off is, I've listened to the objections to this project from the folks of Levy, and I respect your objections. I think we must listen to those. My second concern or objection is this is hardwood, a lot of hardwood timber. This isn't tree farm, this isn't planted pines. This is hardwood, natural forest. I have a real problem taking those trees down because it's going to require clear cutting to operate a solar farm. It can't go any other direction. My other concern is based upon the factors, 1 inch of rain over the 1,000 panels that you plan on putting there will generate over 850,000 gallons of water. I hope you would have some big drainage storage over there for that, because 1 inch. How many times have we had rains where we've gotten 3, 4, 5 inches of rain? We have a chance to take the environment, put the environment first. We have that advantage right now. I suggest we take it. Take advantage and protect it. I think solar has a use, but it's not at that location, sir. That's all.
Thank you. We had an extensive workshop the other day on this, and so I'm just going to bring back some of my concerns. There were some things that were brought up earlier, and I understand the Osprey Village there, Osprey Lake. I don't think that those statements have been brought back to us from our staff. And while you may be correct, it's our obligation to make a good decision, and that information has to come back from staff. So I certainly would not want to make a decision until staff had a chance to advise the council on some of the topics, and particularly with the drainage that Mr. Houston was talking about, that we have some verification. I think there's a couple of things that I said the other day, and I still struggle with. First of all, the Planning Commission said that light industrial was not appropriate for this area. They did not approve it. That's something that this council has to take to heart. Our fire marshal has advised against it, to do something contrary to that opinion, and I certainly understand it, would seem to be, I don't know about the wisdom of that. And also, I keep saying this, and every time Levy comes up, is it Levy or Levy? Levy. Levy, okay, all right. I'm just very uncomfortable with the fact that Levy is a result of, okay, somebody wants something, let's do it there. There's not a cohesive plan long before this comes up. And so that bothers me, you know, that lack of overall plan for that community. I can't support it. There's too many questions and negative from our own staff, from our own planning commission, that I think at this time, I could not support this. So I don't know what else to say. That's my opinion. At any rate, we've now heard from council. We've heard from staff. We've heard from the public. Now it's time. I'd like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to, this is the ordinance to annex, and this is ordinance 2025-11-06F.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to disapprove this ordinance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Are there any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I think it's important, given the nature of this motion. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Carroll,
I vote yes, so be no, we don't want to
The
approve.
motion is to deny the,
So it'd be yes, I want to deny it.
okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Guzman,
Deny.
Councilman Mearsman,
Deny.
Councilman White,
Deny.
Mayor Williams.
Deny. The ordinance to annex is denied by a vote of 5-0. That makes the next ordinance moot, and so we will not, Sir, may I say something to you? Just like many of our decisions that we have up here, they're often not easy. But I would like to compliment you on your professionalism,
Sir.
your politeness, and in presenting a plan that you think is reasonable, and my compliments to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could we take a 5-minute break? We've been here for quite a while.
Yes.
Some older folks here.
There are some, I know there's a couple other items on the agenda, but we do have a rather aged group up here. And so,
Speak for yourself.
so we will take a 5-minute break and be back in exactly 5 minutes at 7:37.
Thank you.
You know that
Plans for Saturday, so let's get going. Council, should have thought of this earlier, but because my heart has great sympathy for the two young ladies sitting in front of us. If you don't mind, can we please go to item number I? Madam Attorney, can I do that?
As long as you have no objections. You have just one item in between, so.
Council, if you don't object, I'm going to jump ahead to I.
Go ahead, sir.
And let these young ladies get their beauty sleep sometime this evening. Okay. Item number I is a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with Salt Land Holdings, LLC. This is Resolution 2025-11-061. Mr. Gruber, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just kind of by way of chronological sequence, a couple meetings ago, we talked about authorizing the reimbursement of expenses related to undergrounding the power lines to the salt development that were going to go across Highway 17. And if you'll recall at the time, it was anticipated that those costs to underground those lines would be in the neighborhood of about $518,000. And so this body authorized the reimbursement from the development fees paid by SALT to reimburse those additional expenses to have the lines underground. This turns out to be one of the rare situations where the cost of something is actually coming in less than what it was anticipated. And so that makes it, I think, a little bit easier to have this conversation. So the actual cost of undergrounding the power lines has come in around $291,800. In the meantime, all we've been working on preparing an agreement to reflect that authorization. We received a request from Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer Authority to consider funding the connection of a water line between the salt development and the greater water line network that's outside of this development that runs along Highway 17. And that request is being presented both to Jasper County and to the city because of the benefits that it would provide to the overall network by closing the loop between those two systems, thereby allowing for a greater increase in pressure and performance of that system. So in looking at what the cost of splitting that undergrounding of the water line would be, we could pay the city's 50% share out of the money that had previously been appropriated for the electrical line undergrounding and still be less than the overall amount of $518,000 that you had previously authorized. So what you have before you this evening is an agreement that would allow myself to enter into a contract with SALT to provide reimbursement for both the undergrounding of the electrical lines and 1/2 of the water line installation costs within the $516,000 of development fees that were previously authorized for reimbursement. I think that covers everything.
Do we have any comments from the applicant? Okay. Do we have anyone from the public who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Seeing none, I will go to the council. Council, let's start with Mr. Carroll. Any comments or questions?
No, sir, I don't have any questions. Whatever I had, I talked when I met with Josh. He pretty well filled me in on that, so I don't have any more questions besides what Josh just said and what we talked about.
Mr. White?
No additional questions.
Mrs. Guzman?
No additional questions, sir.
Mr. Mearsman?
Josh explained it all the other day.
Okay, and it was explained to me as well, and I think this is a positive savings and a good solution. So I have no questions. At this time, we will now go to a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to Resolution 2025-11-061. Aye.
I'd like to make a motion for approval of Resolution 2025-11-06I.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. I'll call for a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So the resolution is approved. I wish I had thought of this earlier, but then you probably would want to stay and see all the entertainment anyway. So thank you for bearing with us in a rather long meeting, and good luck. So we're going to now flip back to get back on order. The first reading of an ordinance authorizing the transfer of real property owned by the city of Hardeeville. This is 2025-11-06H. Mr. Gruber, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Several years ago, the city entered into a partnership with private developers to seek the development of affordable workforce housing. The city received a donation of some land from other landowners that it combined with land that it owned. I believe it was a former settling pond when the city had a wastewater treatment facility. And so those portions of the property are going to be conveyed to the development team, and the development team is going to use that land to help facilitate the development of the workforce housing project. So this just is really the mechanism by which we get legal authority to sign over the city-owned land. But the partnership and the concept for the development remains the same as when it was previously approved by council.
Okay. No staff is left, so does anyone from the public have any comments or questions regarding this resolution? Seeing none, let's start with Mr. Mearsman. Any comments or questions?
No, John, this is a property that you're familiar with. Okay, I have no other questions. He knows the area.
We're asking what you think.
Mrs. Guzman,
I have no questions, sir.
Mr. White,
No questions.
Mr. Carroll.
No, sir.
This is something that we have discussed several times in the past. There's also, the city has been trying to help with getting low-income tax credits for this project. I just had one question as I was reading the materials. This is, I thought this was 5 acres, but I thought I saw in the documents 11 acres. What's the right amount? Or did I read something wrong?
Yeah, I believe it's 11 acres total. I'm guessing all of that is not developable land, but if they're bringing in the settling pond as part of that community.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's
So
gonna
it's-
increase the
It's the
acreage.
5 acres of buildable, and the other 6 is, okay.
Whole.
A whole, okay. All right, I was wondering where the other 6 acres were, okay. All right, we've had public hearing, we've had council comments and questions. So now, I would like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to ordinance 2025-11-06H.
So moved.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. That first reading passes. Now we're back to J. This is a resolution of the City of Hardeeville to authorize the city manager to enter into an extended lease agreement for Fire Station 82, located at 2539 Argent Boulevard. This is Resolution 2025-11-06J, and this was the subject of a workshop the other day. So, Mr. Gruber?
Thank you, Mayor. As you indicated, I'll try to go lightning round on these. The city is currently leasing the existing Fire Station 82 property. We're in the process of working towards developing a new facility that they can be relocated to. We've run into some issues with the cost of that project, and so we're actively working through them. And while we work through them, we're requesting approval to extend the existing lease agreement at least for a period of 18 months, but we have submitted a request to see if that can be amended to 24 months. But it would be at least 18 months from January, so it gives us about 20 months total to complete the development of the alternative facility.
Okay. So this, just as a reminder, right, what we're approving today is just the extension of the lease. We are not talking about, which like we did at the workshop, about what we would build, the size. It's just whether or not we want to extend the lease. Okay. So does anyone from the public have any questions about that? Okay. Mr. Mearsman, you want to ask any questions? Mrs. Guzman?
No questions, sir.
Mr. White?
The extension to 24 makes sense. No other questions.
Mr. Carroll?
None.
Okay, I have none. We went over this quite thoroughly on Monday morning. So at this time, I would like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to Resolution 2025-11-06J.
Make a motion, we approve 2025-11-06J.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that resolution passes. Next, we have a resolution of the City of Hardeeville, South Carolina City Council to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Jasper County regarding improvements to the intersection of US 278 and Dolnick Road, authorizing the city manager to execute the intergovernmental agreement on behalf of the city. This is Resolution 2025-11-06K. Mr. Gruber, please.
So item K deals with improvements that the Department of Transportation are going to be making at Exit 8 as part of the I-95 widening project. However, the improvements to 278 are only going to go, eastbound for a certain distance. Similarly, the city of Hardeeville is working on intersection improvements at John Smith Road and will be doing corresponding improvements to 278 as part of that project, and will be making those improvements to the west, to the west from that location, but both projects stop short of connecting with one another. And so what we're proposing is to make that connection and improve the entire area from John Smith Road to the Exit 8 interchange. And we contacted Jasper County about whether or not they would be willing to utilize transportation sales tax funds to pay for that gap, given that one of the projects that was approved by the voters was the improvement of the 278 corridor, which is this work that we are proposing to do. And that request has been received favorably, and so this would allow us to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Jasper County to receive those funds to do those improvements and fill that gap.
Thank you. Okay. For the public, any comments or questions about that, those comments? All right, let's go to Mr. Carroll then.
No questions, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. White?
No questions, sir.
Mrs. Guzman?
No questions, sir.
Mr. Mearsman?
No questions.
And as I was reading this, Josh, Dolnick Road is exactly where? That's up by McDonald's, right?
It is up by Mc-
Oh, okay, so
a little
that,
bit further south. I was going to say, Carla's intimately familiar with this proposal.
Yeah, Dolnick is the limits of the widening for the interchange. So the
Right.
interchange comes beyond McDonald's. They're relocating Hospital Center Drive, and it'll head east. And the limits of the widening of 278 with respect to the interchange project ends around Dolnick Drive. It is between John Smith Road and the interchange.
By Willie Mae Aiken.
Yeah.
Near
Right.
it. It's a little bit west of there.
okay. All right, the, this was discussed at the last Transportation Sales Tax Committee hearing, and how it would make sense. As you all know, the transportation tax gave $65 million to widen 278 from the county line to exit 8. Okay, given the fact that we're going to have this other project at that intersection, it would make sense to do that section first, from John Smith Road to up to where DOT's work is going to go to.
It accelerates that.
Yeah, so
About a half a mile segment
right.
of 278.
And it's another reason why I firmly believe that with all that work that's going to get done in that small, dangerous corridor, that it would be irresponsible for us to add an additional housing project dumping into that area until that's all fixed. It's not just the John Smith Road. It goes John Smith Road to exit 8. That's going to have a lot of construction and make that intersection even worse. And what happens every time, and like I said, that intersection is 34% of the traffic accidents on 278. And as we all know, it costs the city money every time there's an accident because our police and fire are all tied up there clearing an accident instead of doing something else. So besides the public health issue, it is public taxpayer money taking care of these dangerous situations. I'm getting off my soapbox. I heard that. Okay. Having said all that, I'd like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to Resolution 2025-11-06K.
Mr. Mayor, just for you, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 2025-11-06K.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a couple of seconds. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. This is actually the last item?
Yes, sir.
Wow. So soon? All right. The receipt of ATAX Committee recommendations to appropriate state accommodation tax receipts pursuant to Section 6-4-10 of the South Carolina Code of Laws. Mr. Gruber, please.
Yes, sir. So the city periodically appropriates accommodations tax dollars, and again, for the public's benefit, accommodations tax dollars are a tax that is paid on overnight accommodations, so hotels, motels, resorts, Airbnbs, campers, etc. That money is to be used primarily for tourism, marketing, and advertisement purposes in the support of special events that bring visitors to the area. So the advisory committee received 4 applications. They are recommending that you consider 3 of those 4. The 4th one is included in your materials. However, we've not highlighted it here just because the recommendation from the committee was not to consider it. But if you have any questions about that application or any of the 3 applications that are identified here, Ms. Jordan has been hanging with us patiently, and I'm sure she'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. So how about the public? Anyone from the public have any comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Mearsman, how about you?
No questions, sir.
Mrs. Guzman?
No questions, sir.
Mr. White?
No questions.
Mr. Carroll?
No questions.
All three of these are terrific.
Yes,
That's
they
my
are.
only comment. And I will go on to asking for a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to these ATAX recommendations.
Make a motion, we approve the ATAX recommendations.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Ms. Jordan, good night. Okay, we have no matters arising from executive session, so we will turn it over to Mr. Gruber.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have anything to report this evening.
A big sigh of relief just came throughout the room. Okay. Let's go reverse alphabetical order and go with Mr. White.
No concerns. Three things that I attended was LCOG. I've actually been twice. Went to our workshop here, and I've been to the Jasper County Council meetings twice and found them very helpful. No additional comments.
Mr. Mearsman?
First off is, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Carroll and the folks on Pine Arbor Road. I did not mean that I wanted to send all that traffic.
No, no, I didn't.
I was just trying to make a point of the concerns that we all share with that intersection. We had the trunk or treat a week ago. Fantastic event, more kids than I've ever seen.
Oh, my
in there.
gosh.
The mayor was dressed as the captain of the ship and even got put
Oh,
into
wow.
a cauldron with the witches, which
Oh, my goodness.
was very, very good. We have a busy December coming up with, we have Wreaths Across America, we have the parade and the festival. Everything is hopping in December. It'll be very good. Tuesday, I invite the council to come to Latitude Margaritaville at 9:30 for our Veterans Day program that they have. Saturday morning, I am joining some of the other HLM veterans, and we are going out to place flags on all the veterans' graves that we currently can find. So
Which cemetery? Which cemetery?
all the cemeteries, they're dividing them up, John. I'm not really sure how many, but I know right now there's about 15 volunteers already to do that.
Good.
With that, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs. Guzman?
Just one thing, and that's about the Alzheimer's Walk. It was fantastic. There was an awesome turnout. And according to Mr. Tyler Mannion from WTOC, we smashed the goal that was set for this region. So I believe it was 110,000, Mr. Mayor?
No,
was set.
I think the goal was 110.
But we raised them.
They're close to 150 now.
Oh, wow.
Because
Okay.
they're still taking donations till the end of the year.
Oh, they are? I didn't know that. Okay, so, Hilton Head Lakes put a team together, and we raised almost $4,000. So that was the first time that I had taken part in this walk, and it was very enjoyable, a great day for a great cause. That's it.
Mr. Carroll?
I know everybody's tired and whatever. I had trunk or treat, like Steve said. I've never seen so many in my life. This line kept. And LCOG, I have been multiple times trying to find a new director for the COG. And hopefully we're getting close to making a decision. Other than that, Mr. Mayor,
I'm going to condense my comments because of the time, but I do want to say, back in May, I invited people to attend a luncheon about the Alzheimer's Walk, And from that luncheon, I'm happy to say that Team Starship Hardyville raised $4,000. Hilton Head Lakes was almost $4,000. Margaritaville, there was a team, I don't know what they did, but they were over $11,000.
Yep.
I love Bluffton. Mayor Solka reminded me I lost the bet, and they were over $6,000.
Do you owe her lunch?
Yeah, I owe her lunch, and I'm happy to have it. Dan Wood was over $2,000. So the amount of donations that resulted from that lunch were tremendous from Hardyville and Bluffton, and I just want to thank everybody for their efforts to make that a great walk. I went to a lot of things. I do want to say congratulations. Royal Live Oaks Academy had a unity parade on October 22nd. I mean, just that school does a lot of good things, and it was the entire school paraded, and they had to show unity, and it was wonderful. I do have to say just one thing because I forgot to do it last time. On October 10th, I had a meeting, I had lunch with Stephen Hoyer of HIC and Jeff Coggin of Preserve Communities, which is East Argent, as you know. The purpose of that lunch was they were asking me about JCF. That's the development on Shortcut Road and Argent Boulevard. If you recall, we approved that several years ago, and that company went bankrupt. And that project, a lot of clearing was done and sat dormant. They asked my opinion. They have been asked to get involved with that. And I said, there's a lot of things going on with Argent Boulevard. We don't know what's going to be widened, what's not. We got that light going on there. I said, guys, you have a lot going on. If I were you, I wouldn't touch it. So I don't know what they're going to do from that, but I did want to let you know that my opinion is, hey, if that sits dormant, that's the bank's problem. Not just like I said earlier. I'm not responsible for other people's business. I'm responsible for the people of Hardyville. So that I meant to tell you, report that last meeting. And so that's the end of my comments. I will send a report to you all from the Lufton's strategic plan that I was invited to attend. I attended the morning session. I'll send a report to everybody on that. Okay. Anybody want to go home?
Second, third, and fourth.
Wow. Didn't have to ask that twice. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good night, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.